Euphonium player Glyn Williams. Good evening, Glyn. How are you today?
Good evening. I'm very well, thank you very much. I'm really looking forward to listening to all these bands. In fact, really looking forward to listening to someone other than Helen Williams, my wife, which obviously over the last few months, that's all I've been able to listen to. Looking at the programmes, it looks as if we've got a really varied set of music to listen to. So, yeah, thoroughly looking forward to it.
Fantastic. Well, listening to Helen all day long doesn't sound too bad to me. But OK, moving on to Nigel Seaman, who is Cory Band's musical consultant. Good evening, Nigel.
Good evening, Phil. And good evening, everybody at home as well.
So you're looking forward to the competition tonight. What particularly are you looking for from the bands?
Well, entertainment, really. You know, bands have really tried very hard and very successfully to put programs together. So it's going to be great to see what's coming up, really. Really excited.
Absolutely. And last but by no means least, we have Cory Band's principal B-flat bass player, Rob Nicholson. Good evening, Rob.
Good evening, Phil. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thanks. So Rob is not only famous for being Cory's principal B-flat player, but also for having a kidney replacement. Was it last year, Rob, or I can't remember?
Yeah, it was the 2nd of June 2019.
There we are, fantastic. After this lockdown and all time just kind of rolls into one, doesn't it? But it's great to have you here this evening as one of the judges. So without further ado, let's move to our first band of the third section then, which is the Gillingham Imperial Silver Band. Now they have provided some notes for me to read before we go straight into their programme. They say, in these strange times, the band have come a long way since their first socially distanced banding video, a very crackly and glitchy version of their signature hymn, St. Bees. And their MD's grey hair growth has moved to the next level. I should say, musical director Jim Bennett. While it's been fun doing these, the band, like the rest of you, can't wait to get back to playing in the same place at the same time and entertaining real audiences. But in the meantime, Gillingham Imperial Silver Band invite you to enjoy what they hope is a varied and interesting programme of some of their favourite music. Well, it was until take 37. Ladies and gentlemen, the Gillingham Imperial Silver Band. Fantastic. The Gillingham Imperial Silver Band and their conductor, Jim Bennett. What a fantastic start to our contest. So much variety in that performance, which is, of course, exactly what you'd look for from a brass band entertainment program. Thank you so much. Well, let's go straight to our judges and see what our judges were making of that. So, Glyn, first of all, the first band on, it was a great start, wasn't it? What did you think?
Yeah, it was really good. I really enjoy listening to a band being able to play a march really well. I lived in Saddleworth for 15 years, so went to Whit Friday marches quite often. I was lucky enough to adjudicate at Dobb Cross a few years ago. And with playing like that, I think they'd have been definitely high up in the ranks at Whit Friday. So it got off to a great start with some real tight playing. Band sound was really good, and they seemed to really enjoy themselves as well when it got to the final piece.
Yeah, it was a traditional start, wasn't it? And absolutely nothing wrong with that. It was great, of the first of many marches which we're going to hear in the competition. And I really like the segue into the second piece. I mean, the flugel player was on that note. Actually, I thought the video had stopped or something, but she was on that note for a long time, and a beautiful note it was. Moving into the second piece, the girl with the flaxen hair. What did you think of that, Nigel?
Well, I thought it was really an excellent item because with music like the March, it's fairly simple to keep things on an even key. But putting in the sort of impressionist ideas of Debussy there, Michel and the band, I love the ebb and flow that goes traditionally with the girl with the flaxen hair. Yeah, it's really effective. And lovely flugel playing too.
It worked really well, didn't it? And then, of course, another segue into the final piece as well, I Got Rhythm. I thought that was a great arrangement, arranged by Roger Harvey, the music of Gershwin. Did you like the look of that, Rob?
Absolutely, yeah. What a fantastic start to have a B-flat bass as your first soloist. Top marks.
Yeah, it was all downhill from there, wasn't it? And of course, we've seen for the first time what we'll see many times at the band's use of technology there, and we saw a lot of great use of video editing with, I thought, some really nice subtle backdrops, and of course the band were wearing their uniform, I think, in the second piece, and then some very colourful clothing throughout. What did you think of the presentation, any of you judges?
Yeah, I thought the presentation was really good. As you say, I like the way that they changed things around with all the different screens that they used, and obviously featuring certain sections and certain soloists when they were playing their sort of solo items, and the fact that they changed into their band uniform for the more reflective piece. I thought that was a nice little touch. Yeah, really effective, wasn't it? So fantastic. Well done to the Gillingham Imperial Silver Band and their conductor, Jim Bennett. I have had a little word with the judges just as you finished there, and it seems that so far you are in first place. So congratulations for that. Let's move on to now band number 2. And we're delighted to bring you the Dynamic Brass now, which is the second band in the third section of the Cory Online Brass Band Championships. This is a band from Northern Ireland, and they are appearing here with their musical director, Andy McQuiggan. And their programme has the following in it. In Dynamic Brass, are going to take you on a journey by sailing ship. As you board their ship in Northern Ireland, they start off their programme with a march On the Quarterdeck by Kenneth Alford. The first stop is in Wales, where Louis Irvine on the euphonium plays the Welsh tune Myfanwy, arranged by Denzil Stevens. After sailing several thousand miles to the continent of Africa, the band finished their short programme with Alan Fernie's African Funk, featuring their youngest member, 13-year-old Jake Johnston, on cornet. So here we go then with band number 2 in the third section from Northern Ireland with their musical director, Andy McQuiggan. This is Dynamic Brass.
Welcome back to the Cory Online Brass Band Championships 2020, coming to you from the headquarters of Capital Promotions here in South Wales, and you're listening to the third section, which is sponsored by Thurrock Marching Brass, and you've just seen a couple of messages from a couple of our other sponsors. Now, of course, before then, we listened to the fantastic Dynamic Brass from Northern Ireland with their conductor, Andy McQuiggan. So let's go straight to the judges. They gave us a programme which was a journey around the world by sailing ship. So, Nigel, what did you think of this band?
Well, Phil, like I said earlier on, we're going to hear lots of marches in the competitions. And on the quarterdeck, I suppose in the band room it's relatively easy to put together, but it's a notorious 6/8 march, isn't it? And to get that swagger to sort of left to right, the sort of thing that Richard Evans, Dick the Stick, is so good at doing in concerts, giving that swagger to it. And you could almost feel you were at Whit Friday, or certainly the much lamented bugle contest this year. I thought they did it really, really well. It had a good swagger to it, really.
Yeah,
good start.
It was very successful, wasn't it? I particularly like the way they'd mixed the percussion in there as well. There's quite a few people on percussion, but it really gave it that oomph, didn't it? Mm-hmm. And of course, the second piece, which Dynamic Brass did, was their contention for our special trophy, which is for the best Welsh piece. We're delighted to be supported in our competition by Arts Council Wales. And not only did they play a Welsh piece, but it was a euphonium solo. And so I've got to go to Glyn Williams for this and ask Glyn, what did you think of that second piece there, the Myfanwy, which was played by Louis Irvine?
I thought, that rendition was really nice. It's one of the hardest things, I think, is to play slow music and to play it well, and even harder for the band to accompany. Maybe the balance through that piece wasn't perfect, but I could still just about hear the solos come through, and some nice phrasing there, and a beautiful last note as well. I like the visual effects in that as well. All the videos in the background and all the stills. One in particular was looking over Bulcher Cloud Road down into Cwm Park, which is the main route that I take to go to Cory Band rehearsal. So that was a nice little touch as well, just to see that. Haven't seen that for some time, to be fair. But,
you're nostalgic for that route,
absolutely,
aren't you?
But overall, I thought the playing was really, really good and well controlled.
Yes. No, I agree with all of that, and it was interesting to see the soloist kind of levitating over the Welsh landscape, wasn't it? Did any of you recognise the castle in that video? Could you place that? I'm not sure which castle that was. Perhaps the band or one of our viewers wants to drop in the comments if you recognised that castle. It looks absolutely spectacular. So well done to Louis on the euphonium solo, and then of course the third piece was African funk. A whole load of fun, wasn't it, Rob? What did you think of that?
Well, what a rip-roaring end to their programme. Yeah, it was great. It reminded me very much of our brass in concert Sept when we played, was it Los Tontos? And we had to do the animal noises and sit next to Timmy Evans, who made a great monkey noise. But yeah, fantastic end to their programme. Really liked it. Really full of spirit. Really enjoyed it.
I like that, Rob. Yes, all the highlights we give you with Cory Band, and the one you remember is making a monkey noise. So that sums it up, really, doesn't it? So there we go. There's some instant feedback for you there, and thank you very much to Dynamic Brass, who were band number 2 in the third section. Right, let's move straight on then to band number 3, and we have one of our furthest flung bands in the competition. This is the Brilliante Brass. Who have sent in their submission all the way from South Korea, and their conductor is Dongwon Kim. So they're going to play a couple of pieces for you. The first one is the Yorkshire Ballad by James Barnes, who writes, "People always ask me what I was trying to portray when I wrote Yorkshire Ballad. All I can say is that I was thinking of the beautiful green Yorkshire dales of northern England, the rolling hills, and the endless stretch of beautiful pasture lands that my wife and I loved so much when, a year before, we had driven through this most marvellous spot in the world." Perhaps not the first choice you'd expect for a band from South Korea, but it would be very interesting to see what their take on that is. And then the second piece is A Green Hill, which is for euphonium and band by Bert Appermont, and the euphonium soloist will be Sing Yon Bake. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we go with band number 3 in the third section from South Korea, conducted by Dong Won Kim. This is Brilliante Brass. That was the Brilliante Brass coming to us from South Korea. It was great to see a band actually sitting in the same room as each other. And one of the stipulations for our competition was that you had to comply with the rules and regulations of your country at the time you recorded your video. So our judges have been finally trained to take this into consideration so that there are no advantages or disadvantages. But it's just great to see musicians there kind of, bouncing off each other as well, wasn't it, Rob? What did you think of their performance?
Absolutely, yeah. They're in a very fortunate position that they can play together. That was my first note. They had a great sound, sonorous start, even though they had French horns, but I'll let them off. And I did notice a few trumpets as well, but never mind. But a lovely sound and a lovely first piece. Yes, and so the first piece, Nigel, was the Yorkshire Dales, direct from South Korea. So what did you think of the band's? It was quite a soulful, sort of reflective program, really, wasn't it? What did you think of the band's lyrical playing?
Well, in my notes, I just put sort of one word starting. It was restful. It's a very sort of restful feel to it. And of course, the advantage, as has already been suggested, the band are playing all together on the stage. So things like ensemble was really, really good, as you'd expect. I mean, distance recording is so much more difficult, as I'm sure Rob and Glyn will testify to that. But it was a lovely intonation as well. Again, that's eased by playing on the stage. So like you say, a different approach to the competition, but a really nice, warm sound there, despite, I mean, I like trumpets and French horns in their place, and that just sounded to me like a brass ensemble as much as a brass band. Yeah, there's nothing wrong in that.
No, it was well blended, wasn't it? And then, of course, the solo prize hotting up now. We had another euphonium soloist there. So, what did you think, Glyn?
Yeah, again, some really top-notch playing. A difficult thing to do, playing slow. I've already mentioned that. But there's some real great control in the playing, great sounds, lyricism, and obviously a joyful feel to the more up-tempo part of that solo. From the program as a whole, I just thought that the band could have maybe done a little bit more with visuals, but maybe with the band being all together, it was more difficult for them to do that than maybe some of the other bands who we've already seen. This other bands seem to be enjoying themselves maybe a little bit more, maybe. But we're here to judge not just the music, but the visual and entertainment aspect as well.
Yeah, that's right. I guess that's the sort of downside, isn't it? So if you're all playing together, then you get a much more kind of traditional performance, but you don't get access to some of the sort of video effects and segues and some of the bright colours and movements and things, which, as you correctly said, are very much part of the judging criteria for this competition. But it's fantastic to hear a band from South Korea in our competition. Thank you so much for your entry. One of the projects which we had cancelled at Cory Band in the pandemic was a tour to South Korea. We were going to be the first British band to tour South Korea. So hopefully we'll try again next year or whenever we can next do that, and we look forward to visiting your wonderful country. So Brilliante Brass from South Korea. Moving on to band number 4 now in the third section of the Cory Online Brass Band Championships 2020, supported by Arts Council Wales. And now we have the Toaster Studio Band from England and their musical director, Mr. Peter Wayne. So they've given us the following notes. They tell us that Toaster is a rural market town in Northamptonshire and has boasted a brass band since 1910. Our individually home-recorded programme begins with Blaydon races linking to the famous Toaster Racecourse. And we'll be listening to soloist 14-year-old Ewan Rigby, who is the youngest player in the band. Our next piece is the beautiful Welsh song David of the White Rock, expressing the value of music to provide comfort, particularly meaningful when we're all struggling to keep our music alive. The final piece, Clog Dance, portrays country living and harks back to our region's cobbling heritage. Roger Bannister's 4-minute mile record-breaking running shoes were even made in Toaster. Wow, there's ones for all you pub quiz fans out there. So, Toaster there finishing with a load of old cobblers with the clog dance. Here they come then from England, conducted by Mr. Peter Wayne. We have the fabulous Toaster Studio Band.
Da iawn Iwan, ardderchog, a dim ond 40 oed. We now move on to a haunting Welsh melody, Dafydd a Garreg Wen. As he lay on his deathbed, composer and harpist David Owen reached out for his harp and played this beautiful Welsh melody.
We began our musical journey at the racecourse in our hometown of Towcester, before galloping on down to the Welsh valleys. We returned to the Boot and Shoe county of Northamptonshire for our final item, the clog dance. We hope you enjoy.
Welcome back to the third section of the Cory Online Brass Band Championships 2020, sponsored by Thurrock Marching Brass. And just before the break there, we were listening to the Toaster Studio Band from England and their conductor, Mr. Peter Wayne. What a wonderful celebratory programme they put together. And yet another euphonium solo. So let's go straight to Glyn for some instant reaction. What did you think, Glyn?
Yeah, I mean, Blading Races is one of those, pot boilers of euphonium solos. I've played it numerous times. It's a tricky little piece, actually. There's a couple of bars right in the middle there, which tend to catch you out if you're not really aware, or if you've got your mind on other things. So full concentration needed throughout that piece. And I thought Ewan was absolutely brilliant. Yeah, for 14 years old, very accomplished, good technique. Seemed to make it sound easy, I thought. But not only that, I thought the accompaniment was sympathetic. Good balanced playing and real tight playing as well.
Yeah, it was that word you used there, accomplished. I would say the same thing as well. And it's just joyful to see Ewan on the screen there, obviously enjoying his playing so much. And there's a lot of you commenting on our live stream and sending in much love and support for Ewan. So. Great job, Ewan. Well done. The second piece on the programme was another Welsh offering. I'll stick with you, Glyn. I mean, wasn't it great to hear the Welsh language being spoken in introduction there? How was that Welsh?
Yeah, it was not too bad, actually. It was. I think it was a South Wales accent I heard there. So not North, which is obviously the proper Wales, which is where I'm from. But yeah, it's nice to hear the Welsh language spoken there.
Yes, and there was a sheep draped around the neck or something like that? I'm not entirely sure. What did you think of David of the White Rock, Nigel?
Yeah, well, I'm a North Walian as well, so I enjoyed David the Garagwen. We know this piece more usually by the sort of brown paper version of Wilcox arrangement of this, but a new one on me, the Stephen Wood arrangement, and it's really, really effective. It was a great contrast, yeah.
It was indeed, wasn't it? And the third piece then, Rob, was all about footwear, and we saw all kinds of footwear on the screen there, didn't we? From clogs to Crocs to platform shoes to just socks. A great sense of fun running through that. What did you think of the clog dance, Rob?
Yeah, a very good ending to their programme. Very spirited performance. Great ensemble, I thought, really, really good. The basses sounded particularly good as well. And there's really, really nice visuals that went with it.
Yeah, great. So a lot of appreciation here for the Toaster Studio Band, who are band number 4 in our competition. And now things start to get a lot trickier for our judges, as we still have 6 bands left to go here in the third section. So well done to Toaster Studio Band. Let's move on to our next band, band number 5. This is Regent Community Brass from London in England. And their musical director is Christopher Bearman. They've sent the following in by way of introduction, which is intriguing. They say, Regent Community Brass presents Brass in Their Eyes. The fabled brass competition with audition places few and coveted by many. One unlucky auditionee leaves on holiday to France just before her audition letter is delivered. When she finds out the competition is today, she must take incredible actions to travel back. Will she get there in time? Let's find out as we watch Regent Community Brass, conducted by Christopher Bearman. How about that? Regent Community Brass. Oh, I think we've all got a smile on our face looking at that one there. And I guess we can all recognise that feeling, the dream of the live performance. Wonderful. So not just the musical show there, but also a fantastic narrative to follow in Regent Community Brass's performance. Nigel, what did you make of that?
Well, Phil, there was a kind of collective from all of us in the room here when that finished. It was really great. I loved the fact that the thread of the story going through the programme. And as for the first piece, well, Fanfare and Flourishes by James Kerner, top section bands have trouble getting to grips with this one. There are just too many top Cs, aren't there, for the euphoniums, etc. And it's a really tough piece. It's a fantastic opener, and I thought that Regent did a really good job of what is ostensibly a tough little piece of music, that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And they managed to squeeze 4 pieces in, so they did get quite a lot of variety, didn't they, through the programme? Rob, what did you make of all that?
Yeah, really enjoyed it. Very good programme. Nice, like you said, 4 pieces in. Great. A lot of variety. I particularly like the Tom Jones one. I thought that was great. Confident trombone. He rushed maybe a slight bit, but for me, the bass solo was brilliant. Really, really good, and made the whole performance for me. Just when I thought it couldn't get any better, just towards the end of that piece, I don't know if you heard, but I certainly did, sounded like some sort of motorbike in the background, like a Kawasaki Ninja, something like that. So yeah, absolutely, that's going to go high on my list.
Regent Community Brass obviously tapped into what all of Rob's hobbies, B-flat bass and motocross. So yeah, definite bonus points there. Well done, Regent Community Brass. And Glyn, what did you think of their show?
Absolutely brilliant. I thought you could tell on everyone's faces they were really committed. But they were really enjoying themselves as well. So that's a massive part, isn't it, of playing in a band, is not just playing the music, but it's about enjoying it and delivering it in a certain way that that convinces the audience. And I was definitely convinced with their programme.
Yeah. And maybe a shout out to the kids as well. I mean, they were left in France at one point, a la David Cameron, weren't they? But then they got the last laugh, and they got to spend time with their mum at the end. So loads of delightful things there in that programme by Regent Community Brass, who are band number 5 in the 3rd section. Let's move to our next band now, and we're moving to Germany for our next band, and this is the brass band B10 and their conductor Dominik Wagner. And they have written the following by way of introduction. As an opener, we chose Citius Altius Fortius, which of course means faster, higher, stronger, composed by Alan Fernie, which we intended to play at our concerts scheduled in 2020, which were sadly cancelled due to the pandemic. So instead, we recorded it individually at home after having a common open-air band rehearsal in July. Our second piece is also a Latin one, the famous Soul Bossa Nova by Quincy Jones, which we performed live most recently within a charity concert in support of children suffering from cancer in November 2019. The flugelhorn soloist is Volker Lutz. And then finally, our show closes with Ready Steady Brass by Otto M. Schwarz. Each and every section will show some small solo passage before the spotlight is on our highly respected principal cornet player, Levin Pold. So, good luck to band number 6. Here we go with Brass Band B10 from Germany. Welcome back to the third section of the Cory Online Brass Band Championships 2020, sponsored by Thurrock Marching Brass, supported by Arts Council Wales, and coming to you from the headquarters of Capital Promotions in South Wales. Well, we just listened to Brass Band B10 from Germany there, and their conductor Dominic Wagner. I mean, I don't know where to start with that. There was so much going on. Let's go straight to Rob and get Rob's thoughts.
Yeah, loads and loads and loads of variety. Great stuff. The first piece I actually mentored with one of the other bands who are playing in one of the other sections. So I know it a little bit, but I thought it was great. Basses sounded absolutely brilliant. It was very, very in tune and a tight ensemble. Soul Bossa Nova, yeah, great change of style, smooth flugel. A couple of ensemble issues midway through, but I think they rectified those towards the end. And then, of course, we finished with Ready Steady Brass. I think we recorded that back in sort of 2013. Again, a lovely little piece. I thought it started to rush away a bit, but they brought it back. Having said that, the technique of the individual players really shone through. And then my final comment was the basses were rocking.
If you want some feedback on your basses, Rob's obviously the man to go to. He's the go-to man for our tuba sections. But Nigel, there was plenty to look at in that performance, wasn't there?
Well, if you blinked, you'd miss something, wouldn't you? Because we just started laughing. I thought, what are you laughing at? I missed something in the bottom left-hand corner, and something was going on in the right-hand corner. So it was, that would take definitely a few more viewings of it, really, to see what was going on. For me, it had almost everything that you're looking for. They had the visuals. It was great playing, and as Rob said, some of the ensemble, particularly in that Ready Steady Brass, the awkward rhythms and those stabs were really spot on. And it had that element of comedy, which I really liked, that the sort of subtle, sometimes subtle, not sometimes quite so subtle humour. Thumbs up.
Yes, well, thumbs up indeed. We have to talk a little bit about the thumb, don't we? Because the thumb appearance is getting a lot of love online in our online comments. So I mean, Glyn, what do you think about the thumb? I mean, for you, I guess it was probably a bit like looking in the mirror, was it? But what did you think?
Thanks for that. Yeah, I thought it was really funny. It's one of the things it's difficult to get into a program is making it so that it's funny for you as players on stage or performing yourselves, but getting that over to the audience as well. Sometimes I've seen bands perform something that they think's funny, but it doesn't actually, get across to the audience. So you're sort of looking at each other thinking, "What the hell's going on?" But I totally got everything that was going on in their performance, and as Nigel said, I think it was just a complete performance. It had everything. All of the funny side. It had really tight playing and a great variety of program as well.
There we are. So, yes, an absolute thumbs up, I think, from all of our judges there. And some great comments coming in online on our live stream as well. So well done, and thank you very much to Brass Band B10. Let's move on to band number 7 in the third section now. And this is a band from Cardiff. We were very excited to see the band from Cardiff, thinking it might be a local band here. But actually, this band rehearses in Cardiff, which is a suburb of the city of Lake Macquarie, which is in New South Wales, Australia. So it's the Cardiff North Lakes Brass Band and their conductor, Bruce Rowlatt. So the first number they play is a traditional brass band march, the Sons of the Soil, and then the Cossack Patrol, they say, requires some imagination from the audience. So envisage in the distance, just visible, the Cossacks on horseback. The band is playing quietly and the patrol is heading this way. So the music gradually gets louder, and as the patrol draws level, the music reaches a crescendo. The patrol continues on and the music gradually becomes quieter as the patrol disappears out of sight and the music fades away. So that's the second piece. And the final piece, You're the Voice, was recorded by Australian singer John Farnham and was released as a single in 1986. It stayed at the top of the Australian singles charts that year for 7 weeks. So here we go then with the performance of Cardiff North Lakes Brass Band, their conductor Bruce Rowlatt from Australia.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Bruce Rowlatt and I'm the band director of the Cardiff North Lakes Brass Band. Now, we're a brass band that rehearses in the Yalinga Hall in Cardiff South in Lake Macquarie, New South Wales, Australia. I hope you enjoy our program. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the third section of the Cory Online Brass Band Championships 2020, sponsored by Thurrock Marching Brass and supported by Arts Council Wales. We've just listened to the Cardiff North Lakes Brass Band from New South Wales in Australia, really enhancing the international profile of this online event. So let's go straight to the judges and see what they thought of Cardiff North Lakes. So, Glenn Williams.
Yeah, I thought it was a great performance. Some real tight playing. Balance was good. Obviously, with not so much going on with regards visuals, you can really listen out for the basics, which is, in the third section. That's what we're trying to aim towards, is getting all the basics right. So good, tight playing, good ensemble, good balance, and tuning as well. So maybe the tuning is something that the band can improve on in future band rehearsals. But on the whole, I enjoyed the programme, and it was just one of those performances which just lacked a little bit of something for me.
Okay, thank you, Nigel. Of course, we've seen another band there who are in Australia. Obviously, the rules and regulations regarding the pandemic are different. We've seen another band that are there, kind of live in the room with each other. It does make it interesting for you judges to kind of know what to balance off against each other. So, how are you finding that element at the moment in relation to that band's performance?
Well, immediately, of course, when a band is playing in formation, you expect things like the ensemble. Your expectations are that much higher than they would be with the difficulty of maybe recording to click tracks or to the other ways. So we are probably a little bit more critical of those things. Rob will probably start talking bass again in a minute, but as he's one of my students years ago, I'll let him do that. But anyway, a word to the bass section of that Cardiff band. The drive that comes from the bass end, particularly in the quieter parts, especially in the opening march, you just need to be a little bit more in charge of driving the band forward. I felt a lot of the time the bass end sounded like a little bit sort of a millisecond later than the top, and as a result, the music had sometimes to be a bit too static. Basses can really help to drive the music forward, along with the percussion, of course.
Yeah. Sorry, Nigel. Yeah,
I thought in the Cossack Patrol, there's a lot of thick, low writing for the middle band there, and that immediately sort of produces a few problems in terms of intonation and balance and blend. That needs a little bit of looking at, because it was very thickly scored and difficult to achieve there.
Okay, thank you very much, Nigel. So, Nigel's stolen your thunder there, Rob, by talking about the tubas. Have you got anything left to talk about?
Yeah, I've got a few comments here. Don't worry. The first march I thought was good. It was a good, solid start, good pace, and I actually thought the percussion weren't too loud. They often can ruin a piece, so no, that was good. The second piece, steady throughout. I thought well done to the middle of the band. I thought they sounded really nice and smooth. And at the end, of course, the tubas were channeling their inner didgeridoo. And then the last one. Nice open fists from the basses. I thought that's obviously pretty hard to achieve sometimes. They obviously like playing this piece. They could maybe take 5% off the general dynamic for me, especially in that room. It was a bit loud. I thought Nigel was going to jump off his seat at one point in the march. But no, another great set from the Australian band. And of course, their conductor has got to be called Bruce, hasn't he? Yeah, mate.
He's got to be. Thank you very much indeed for some quite in-depth comments from the judges there. So I hope they've been useful to the Cardiff band, and thank you so much for entering our competition from so far away. And we send our greetings from one Cardiff, where we are this very evening, to another Cardiff in a completely different part of the world. Let's move on now, and we have band number 8 in our third section. This is the Hawk Green Band from England, and their conductor, Neil Hewson. They say the following: after the boredom of lockdown, the band are proud to bring you a swashbuckling programme full of adventure. Sit back and let the band take you on a journey from the sun-kissed canals of their native Marple to the illustrious streets and landmarks of Manchester, all via the magic of music. Here we are then with band number 8, the Hawk Green Band, and their conductor, Neil Hewson.
Let me tell ye a tale of the Hawk Green pirates, scourge of the Marple Canal, and their quest for treasure in the greatest city in the world, Manchester.
welcome back to the third section of the Cory Online Brass Band Championships 2020, where we have just been treated to a really affectionately warm performance by the Hawk Green Band, bringing us forever Manchester. The Pirates invaded Manchester. So that kind of was ticking lots and lots of boxes, wasn't it? The conductor was really impassioned, and I'm a big fan of seeing conductors enjoying themselves. What did you think of all that, Rob?
Yeah, great set, fantastic. Pirates of the Caribbean, a classic in the brass band repertoire. I remember playing that with my very first brass band, the Shanklin Town Brass Band on the Isle of Wight. I feel you'll know them and their conductor very well as well. For me, the first thing I noticed was the tuning on the forte piano when I think it was the horns came in. I guess obviously because you're playing remotely, that's going to be tricky to overcome. However, maybe one player could just hit the note and the other person could play quietly the whole time, and that could rectify the problem. But a great opener.
You're giving all the secrets away there, Rob. Don't go too liberal on that, will you? Thanks. The second piece was Prismatic Light, which I know, Glyn, you've worked on recently as part of our Cory Youth Brass Weekend a few weeks ago. What did you think of Hawk Green's performance?
I thought Hawk Green's performance was excellent. It was a full sound, it had good balance, real tight playing, real good effect in the whole piece. In fact, I think that was probably the better piece out of the three for me. I know Neil Hewson quite well from my early days in Foden's and when he was in Fairies as well. You could tell that he put his stamp of authority on that particular performance. But in general, on the whole performance that the band gave.
Yeah, thanks. And of course, Nigel, finishing with a hymn tune there, which is quite a brave thing to do. But of course, that's where you can really build on some of the emotion, isn't it? What did you think of that last piece in Manchester?
Well, of course, it helped to round off their programme, the story of their programme, with great visuals and the story. And I'm sure they had fun putting it together, because there's obviously running around that part of the country dressed like that. They must have had a few comments made. Yeah, hymn tunes, of course. I felt a bit nostalgic when they started playing a hymn tune, because my favourite thing to hear playing hymn tunes is the Cory Band on the morning of a contest. And that's when Phil will just take the band through 3 or 4 hymn tunes, and it's almost better than the contest performance sometimes, because it's just glorious. And so I was reminded of how powerful hymn tunes can be. Of course, when you're playing hymn tunes together in a room, it's always very difficult to start together and particularly end your phrases together. Playing remotely, that sort of compounds that difficulty as well. But I thought they played that piece really, really well under obviously the circumstances of the recording. Yeah, good end to the programme. Yeah,
fantastic. So it was a real success in your opinion. Great. Well, so thank you very much indeed for that really engaging performance there from the Hawk Green Band. That was band number 8. So let's move on to band number 9. And we're going back across to Australia for band number 9. This is the Newcastle PCYC Brass Band and their conductor, Tina Wallace. So the second band to come from Australia. Today's programme for them includes the Crazy Brass Machine, Singing in the Rain, which features 2 of their younger members of the band, ages 24 and 12, the youngest, and then the finishing with Instant Concert, which is of course an old favourite, but it says here with a twist. So let's see what the twist is and listen to the whole programme of the Newcastle PCYC Brass Band from Australia and their conductor Tina Wallace.
Are the Newcastle Police Citizens Youth Band all the way from sunny New South Wales. Here's our first piece, Crazy Brass Machine, where our drummer does go crazy. Just because we're from the beautiful sunny coast of New South Wales doesn't mean we can't tap out a great version of Singing in the Rain. We've done rock, we've done Hollywood. It's only classical that's left. Please welcome the medley of all melodies, Instant Concert.
Welcome back to the third section of the Cory Online Brass Band Championships 2020, and we've just had a listen to the penultimate band there, which was the Newcastle PCYC brass band from Australia, and a real fun performance there, and that in instant concert. I mean, I guess I haven't heard that for like 30 years, but yeah, it all came flooding back to me. What did you make of their performance, Nigel?
I did my sums while I was listening to that instant concert. It's 45 years ago I last conducted it. Very, very popular in its time, but of course other things have overtaken since then. But it's great fun. As far as that piece goes, yeah, it was fun. The whole programme was well put together. Maybe especially the younger players could have enjoyed themselves a bit more, in inverted commas. A little bit a bit more abandon about the whole thing. But as a whole programme, it was interesting to listen to. But again, another static band. So we've had one end to the other this evening, haven't we? From very inventive to just the bands to sit down. And I noticed they were spaced for COVID, no doubt, there. So
there was plenty going on still in the room, wasn't there? So
yeah.
There was a lot of kind of extra musical stuff going on. I know what you mean about the enjoying themselves, because I often say to my players at Cory when asking them to do strange things, you've got to look as if you're enjoying yourself, even if you're not. Sometimes that's a bit of an act, isn't it? So Rob, what did you think of the band from Newcastle, Australia?
Yeah, a great opening, crazy brass machine. I think we recorded that one a few years ago. I put sparkling open, tight ensemble, and creative choreography. I thought, Nigel alluded to this earlier, I thought the basses could have maybe pushed on a little bit. It started to drag for me. But a real Bobby Dazzler of an opener. Singing in the Rain, brilliant style. They really settled well into this piece. I think it's their best piece. I enjoyed the balance. Sitting together, as we've discussed, always has its issues in terms of a contest like this. However, they mitigated against that with the tap dancer, and I also enjoyed the. I don't know if any of you saw that. Was the old man sat down there and can't stand old man or something like that?
Oh, old man can't stand. Yeah, every band's got at least one of those. We've got a few, haven't we?
Well, I'll take credit for that one in our band, because I'll pull the kidney card as many times as I need to. And then instant concert was great, great choreography, and a fantastic end.
There was lots to look for, actually, wasn't there? I couldn't fathom why there was Christmas decoration around the conductor's musical stand. Any of you get that one?
I did see that, but I don't know why it was there.
I know their seasons are upside down, but I don't think it's just been Christmas in Australia, has it? But anyway, so Glenn, what were your summing up thoughts on that band?
Yeah, I thought the band started off really well. I've written here plenty of rhythm and drive, good general technique, and excellent cornets. That first piece in particular is quite difficult for the cornet section to get off some of those ties and get some of those runs to sound easy, and I thought they did that really well. Singing in the Rain, Alan Fernie arrangement, he's a fantastic arranger. He's done quite a lot for me in the past, that went down well. And Instant Concert, again, one that I've played years and years ago. It's one of them where you just definitely need to be careful, because a lot of bands know it so well, is not to try and go on automatic pilot, because you still need to treat that kind of piece as if it's like a test piece. So everything needs to still be in its place, and you still need 100% concentration.
Great, some really useful comments there from all three of our judges, and thanks and greetings once again going to New South Wales in Australia. It's just fabulous to see so many international bands have responded to the invitation to join our competition. Now then, in the third section, we've got just one band left, and I hope all of you watching at home there are coming to your decisions as to which band you think you've enjoyed the most. Please put those into the live chat as we go through into this last band, and after the last band we'll get the judges' thoughts not just on the last band but also on the overall competition. And so to the last band, we have as band number 10 the Lostock Hall Memorial Brass Band from England and their conductor Ryan Broad. They're playing a programme which is based on events that have taken place in the year 2020. The opening piece is an original composition by Shane Murray depicting the range of emotions felt during the lockdown period. The second piece is a gospel song and protest song, which became a key anthem of the civil rights movement and is a nod to the Black Lives Matters movement, but to also spread the message that we shall overcome the challenges faced this year, be it racism, a global pandemic, or fear. And the final piece is the Disney Hercules classic with a COVID-19 spin on it. It features two vocalists, Shane Murray and Samantha Seth. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we are with the final band in the third section of tonight's contest, the Lostock Hall Memorial Brass Band and their conductor, Ryan Broad.
There's a little song that we sing in our movement down in the South. I don't know if you've heard it. It has become the theme song. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. Deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome. Join hands so often with students and others behind jail bars singing, we shall overcome. Sometimes we've had tears in our eyes when we joined together to sing it, but we still decided to sing it, we shall overcome. Oh, before this victory is won, some will have to get thrown in jail some more. We shall overcome. Don't worry about us before the victory is won. Some of us will lose jobs, but we shall overcome. For the victory won, even some will have to face physical death, but we shall overcome.
Of a far-off place where a hero's welcome would be waiting for me, where the crowds would cheer when they see my face, and a voice keeps saying, "This is where I'm meant to be."
I'll be there someday. I can social distance. I will find my way if I can be strong. I know every mile will be worth my while. When I social distance, I'll be right where I
embrace my fate. Though that road may wander, it will lead me to you. And 1,000 years would be worth the wait. It might take a lifetime, but somehow I'll see it through.
And I won't look back. I can social distance, and I'll stay on track. No, I won't accept defeat. It's an uphill slope,
but I won't lose hope till I social distance and my journey is complete. To look beyond the glory is the hardest part, for a hero's strength is measured by his heart. Like a shooting star, I will social distance. I will search the world. I will face its harm. I don't care how far. I will social distance till I find my heroes welcome right in your
Wow, what a strong contention there from our final band in the third section. That really does bring us to a rousing conclusion to the first section which we're running of the Cory Online Brass Band Championships, the Lostock Hall Memorial Brass Band. I will social distance. So, Glyn, what did you think of that?
Well, I've just written down one word here, especially for that last piece. It just says, wow. I just got blown away with that overall performance. It was imaginative, great production, all the visuals were there, great storyline as well, and the delivery was you just made it look so easy. Every single piece, was played with confidence, good balance, ensemble, all the basics. I've been saying this tonight. All the basics need to be there. And yeah, they just made it sound and look so easy. And those two vocalists on that last piece as well. Yeah, just like the ice. Yeah, just the cherry on the cake.
They were something else, weren't they? And
Absolutely.
yeah, that's a good review. That a one word wow. And Nigel, were you equally bowled over?
Phil, you said wow. Glenn, you said wow. I say wow. We've got 3 wows so far. Yeah. I just did a kind of a checklist. Ensemble, tick. Balance, tick. Intonation, tick. Production, tick. Great sound, tick. Highlight after highlight. It was just such a fantastic performance. The brief we were given as adjudicators was that 3 main points would be quality of performance, program content, and presentation. They win on all 3 for me.
Yeah. Okay. And well, let's go over to Rob and see what the basses were like.
I didn't write a lot about the basses, so good. Passed. Yeah, no, I didn't actually write a lot for the whole thing. I just sat back and watched. Thought it was great. The beginning piece was very effective. The second piece, very clever visuals. The vocals in that second piece I thought were a great addition and something we hadn't seen so far, but it worked. Sometimes vocals in a brass band can work and it can't. That definitely worked for me. And the last piece I just put poignant. So yeah, definitely a wow from me too.
Yeah, excellent. So rave reviews from the judges there for the last band in the third section. And of course, it's going to be decision time for the judges right now. We are going to announce the results next Saturday after all of the sections have actually finished. But I would just like a little roundup from each of the 3 judges, just to hear what they thought of that. And I guess none of you have judged a contest like this before, so how's it been for you all? And without giving too much away, can you let us know how you have made or how you're going to make your decisions? Maybe start with Glyn first.
Yeah, I mean, Nigel sort of alluded to it. We've got 3 main aspects for the contest, and he's trying to tick all those boxes. Not every band did tick all those boxes. Obviously, the ones who didn't will come towards the lower end. Those who did and delivered their performances, in a real professional manner, will definitely come to the top. It's the first time that I've adjudicated a contest like this before. I'm already looking forward to the next one. Can I come back tomorrow, by the way?
You can come back certainly for the second section, which we'll be showing you in 15-20 minutes time. Okay, Nigel, let's have your summary thoughts, please.
Yes, when you're adjudicating, there's normally a level playing field, isn't there? You've got a test piece and 12, 15, 20 bands play that piece. Entertainment programs, you've got a free reign of entertainment to do what you like. But we've had today a couple of bands who've been restricted to just staying in position. We've had some extremely inventive, but we have to balance up all the aspects of that. The presentation, the playing, and how they've overcome in some instances the difficulties of recording distance. But certainly, it's an amazing new experience for me, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it. More to come.
Okay, good. And Rob, your closing thoughts.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed my evening. It's been great fun. There's loads and loads of variety in what bands think are, is entertaining. Loads of different styles, takes and approaches. Considering where the bands are based. I want to go back to what Nigel said about the checklist. If you simply ticked all the boxes in the checklist, you'll probably be in the middle. If you didn't quite tick them all, then you'll be down, a bit lower. But I guess the upper bands want to be, they'll be doing just a bit more than that, thinking outside the box and, really, really showing off their talent. So yeah, I've had a really, really great time. Excellent.
Lots of boxes in that summary. So ticking the boxes or thinking outside the box is going to be making the difference for Rob. So we say a big thank you and congratulations to all 10 bands in the third section there, which was the opening section of our Cory Online Brass Band Championships for 2020. That was sponsored by Thurrock Marching Brass, and this is supported by Arts Council Wales. We are going to take a break now for a few minutes, and we will be back at 8 p.m. So you've all got time now to go off and make your dinner or a cup of tea or whatever else you want to do. Also take the opportunity to call a friend and ask them to tune in on our YouTube channel as well. There's hundreds and hundreds of you around the world already watching us. We'll be back from 8 o'clock for the second section. See you then. Welcome back, everyone, to the Cory Online Brass Band Championships 2020. Thank you very much indeed for joining us this evening. We have just had a very exciting and closely fought third section contest. 10 bands from all around the world taking part. And we're moving straight on now to the second section, which is sponsored by the Indoor Music Games. And all of the sections will be playing for one of these spectacular glass trophies, which will be winging its way to the winners of all of the sections, as will second and third place as well. We have special awards for the best Welsh piece. We have special awards for the best soloist, and also most entertaining band, and special awards for all of the sections in the band as well. So there's plenty at stake and plenty to be won here this evening. So straight into the second section, we have the same three judges as we have had for the third section. They're still with us. So we have Glyn Williams. Hello again, Glyn.
Hi there, how are you doing?
Good, thank you. Nigel, welcome back.
Yep, back here again.
Excellent. And here's Rob as well.
Looking forward to another great evening of music.
Here we go. So we've got 8 second section bands for you this evening in contention. And for the first band, we are crossing to Norway, and we will be hearing from Fjell Brass and their conductor, Joe Cook. They have sent the following notes for their programme. Fjell Brass is a second section band based on the island of Sotra in the municipality of Øygarden, just outside Bergen in Norway. They have members ranging from 14 to 68 years of age. Now, when recording this programme for the competition, they'd only been playing together as a full band for 2 weeks after a long corona and summer break. Well, lucky you for getting back after the break at all in Norway. Although we are very happy and lucky to be back together as a band during the current pandemic, it has also presented new and different challenges for us with regards to players being quarantined at short notice and players sitting 1 metre apart and therefore not having access to our regular rehearsal room. So they're going to play 3 pieces. The first one, Happy, is our first and only lockdown video, was recorded around Easter this year, hence the appearance of an Easter bunny and a chicken, just in case you needed an explanation. The second piece is called Ved Nesland Kirka. Sorry for my Norwegian pronunciation to all our Norwegian viewers out there. In English, that is by the Church of Nesland. And with this piece, the band wanted to showcase the best of Norwegian and local culture and scenery, and parts of the video are filmed on the picturesque islands west of Sotra. And then the final piece, which the band play, is Sospenvach, a piece which should be well known to all the Welsh people out there and is our tribute to the Cory Band and all things Welsh. So Norwegian and Welsh culture has a lot in common, and in this video we have tried to combine the two. So I hope you're all sitting comfortably there as we bring you band number 1 in the second section, Fjell Brass from Norway and their conductor, Joe Cook. Wow, a brilliant start to our second section contest there with Fjell Brass from Norway, and it's great to see some of the regional and national costumes that the band's got in its video. And of course there's a bit of a crossover there between Norwegian and Welsh as well, which is nice links to make. Let's go to the judges and see what they thought. So Glyn Williams, first of all, what were your impressions of Fjell Brass?
Yeah, I mean, overall, a great performance. You know, some tight playing, good balance, some controlled playing as well. I thought the cornet sound, the soloist there, was just was unreal. Just gorgeous, lush cornet sound. A real old-fashioned kind of sound for me. And that piece in particular was one that impressed me the most, because the louder dynamics in some performances can be forced, and that was really well controlled. We always say in Cory we need to make a difference between playing fortes and MFs and double forte. So I thought the band coped really well with the louder dynamics in their performance as well. And Sosbaan Vach lacked a little bit of drive towards the end there, but some great solo playing and featuring the trombones as well. I thought they did really well.
Yeah, absolutely. And so it was interesting, wasn't it? Sort of a hybrid performance. Some distance videos and some where the band were all sitting together, which, as I said earlier, the stipulation for our competition is that you should just follow your nation's guidelines at the particular point you record the video. So interesting to see how the guidelines change from video to video, even in that presentation. But what did you think of the package, Nigel?
Yeah, they started with Happy, which is of course very popular at the moment. And had we not known that they'd had trouble in rehearsing prior to it, I wouldn't have spotted that, because, as Glyn's already said, it was really well put together and a great ensemble. Perhaps Joe Cook has got something to do with it, a bit of an import there from Britain. I love the scenic views and the drone shots that went with the second piece, which added a lot of atmosphere to the cornet solo. And Sosbaan Vach, the drive, it's really important that piece does drive, and Glyn's right, just flagged a little bit at the end. I lost the bass line in the middle. There's some rolling quaver bass lines, which I think didn't quite get projected. But overall, a good package.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. And so, Rob, what did you make of our opening band in the second section there?
Yeah, it was a great start. The articulation style, obviously well prepared throughout the band. Yeah, like Glyn, I really love the cornet solo, a lovely cornet sound I've put, and the effective visuals are very picturesque. I thought it was a great idea to combine the two band, the band playing together and distanced. And I thought it was a really nice, calm end to the piece as well. And then the final piece, I actually thought the B-flat tubas could have supported a bit more. But again, everything is in its place, everything is controlled, which is great. It sounded very well prepared. For me, perhaps maybe could have taken a bit of a risk with the tempo, or it could have at least pushed it on a bit more.
There is really no hiding place for any tuba section which you are adjudicating, is there, Rob? You're hearing everything.
Absolutely.
Did you notice there were some cornets in that band as well? Or?
I didn't know.
You didn't notice, right?
I didn't know there's one in Cory.
So, some really positive comments there, and it was really nice to see the band in the rehearsal room with the Welsh flag in the corner as well. I think I even saw a little Welsh dragon there as well.
It's unfortunate that the dragon was climbing up the wall, though.
Dragon was climbing up the wall, yeah. You don't usually see them in that sort of pose, do you? But anyway, that was fantastic. Norwegian and Welsh crossover there, and an excellent performance from the first band in the second section. Let's move to band number 2 right now. And this is the Durham Miners Association Brass Band from England with their conductor Stuart Gray. This is the programme notes they've sent in. Taking inspiration from missed holidays and the wish to get away from it all, the band chose to record 3 pieces which would bring the rolling African savannah to life. A swinging safari, Toto's Africa, that's one of my favourites, and Born Free conjure up images of the sun-drenched African grasslands teeming with exotic wildlife, which have brightened up life in the former coal mining villages of Lochdown, County Durham. Very, very famous for its celebrity visitors during lockdown, of course, Durham, isn't it? Special thanks to Glenys Smith, one of our second cornet players, for the planning and design of the video content. So let's sit back and enjoy band number 2 in the second section. This is Durham Miners Association Brass Band and their musical director, Stuart Gray. Welcome back to the Cory Online Brass Band Championships 2020. We are in the second section, which is sponsored by Indoor Music Games. We are supported by Arts Council Wales, and we are coming to you from the HQ of Capital Promotions in South Wales. We've just listened to the Durham Miners Association brass band, band number 2 in the contest. Great to see quite a youthful band there and a lot of fun in the videos. We thought we'd cornered the market at Cory on people dressing up as elephants, but clearly not. Let's go to our judges and see what they thought. So, Nigel.
Yeah, a nice program, because again, it's a program which is on a theme, and it worked very well through all that, with very good visuals to go with it. Swinging Safari, I thought that had a nice bounce to it. It seemed to bounce along really nicely. But when you get things like Africa, it's very tricky rhythms there to coordinate. Difficult in many ways. And sometimes I thought the melodies were played a little bit too strictly. Maybe a bit more sort of freedom. Da-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum. It usually feels a bit more laid back than that. It felt very perky and very sort of almost double dotted. But having said that, it's a very nice program, all put together nicely.
Thank you. Yeah, indeed. Rob, I mean, you probably noticed, but I think I saw one bass dressed up as a leopard, another one dressed up as a koala, I think. Couldn't really see. What did you think of this band's performance?
Yeah, my first note, and probably not going to impress a few people, but I put cheesy visuals. I thought it was a bit cheesy for me. However, it was a jolly piece, and it was really showed in their play, and they sounded like they really enjoyed it. The second piece, I liked how the visuals showcased the soloist, or the sections that had the tune. I thought it was very controlled playing, and I thought the audio was great and very, very clear. Born Free, I thought it was a fair old pace on it at the beginning, and I don't know if, as most people will know this piece, I couldn't really hear the top C in the tenor horns. Having said that, I'm a B-flat bass player, and top C for us is below the stave. So yeah, didn't hear the top C. Basics, we spoke about this before, and as well in the previous section. There's a few moments of unease on the simple things like the crotchets, things that we take for advantage, but we shouldn't really, because that can really have an effect on the piece. But overall, Nigel, you started your thing by saying it was a nice program, and I finished by saying it was a nice set.
Yeah, there we go. Excellent. And yes, as an ex-tenor horn player myself, whenever Born Free came onto the stand, I always knew I was about to take the top C challenge. And Glyn, certainly you and I sort of looked at each other at that point, didn't we? What did you think of the band overall?
I thought the band played well. Obviously, went to town with the visuals. I really enjoyed how they put all those videos of animals together. All it lacked really on that point was an appearance from David Attenborough, I thought. But yeah, with regards to playing, it's hard sometimes when you're enjoying yourself. Is to sometimes you don't concentrate enough on the basics, and that's maybe one thing that the band can concentrate on in the future. Yeah, enjoy yourselves and really go for the visuals, but you've got to make sure that the playing is absolutely top notch as well.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for those comments. And if I may personally, I thought there was a young cornet player there who was doing some fantastic stuff in the Africa numbers, a cornet and flugel player. Did any of you see that young man? Really stylish soloist, wasn't he? So as you know, there's a lot of individual prizes up for grabs. So he was unnamed on our list. So if anyone knows him and wants to drop his name into the YouTube live chat, then he may well be up in contention for one of those prizes. So thank you, and well done to the Durham Miners Association Brass Band. Let's move on to band number 3 in the second section. Remember, there are 8 bands in this section. Now it's the turn of the Ammanford Town Silver Band from Wales and their musical director, Glyn Rhys-Davies. They have told us that they've picked 3 pieces. They're regulars in their outdoor concerts, and we enjoy playing them as well, in particular Flash Dance, which is their final piece. We look forward to being able to perform them in public once again. Our videos of these pieces have gone down well with our followers on social media. We hope our wider audience in this contest will also like them, not forgetting the judges, of course, who are all sitting ready for the performance of Ammanford Town Silver Band from Wales with their conductor Glyn Rhys-Davies. Fabulous there. Ammanford Town Silver Band from Wales. Love you guys, Ammanford. Let's see what the judges thought of you. Rob Nicholson.
Yeah, great start, nicely played. Men of Harlech, classic tune. Could have taken time on some of the rhythms. I felt like they seemed to trip over themselves a couple of times, but a good opener. Something stupid, a few tuning issues again. It sounds to me like it was a staple of their repertoire, and it got a little bit boring for me. If they could spice it up, that would be a bit better. Two cornet soloists, Flash Dance. I thought the tuning was mostly pretty good, considering they're socially distanced. And then all of a sudden, I had a bloke stripping at the bottom left of my screen. He's obviously been working out. Yeah, that was interesting. But a nice programme and well played.
Well, I wasn't expecting you to say you were inspired by that trombone player on the park bench, but there we are. Perhaps that's maybe not the last we've heard of him. Nigel, there was a real sort of Welsh flavour to some of that programme, wasn't there?
Yeah. Started with the timp solo, of course, famous timp solo. I think they need to be a bit more careful about tuning it, because they weren't. Well, it wasn't a dominant and tonic, and when the band came in, it was a complete surprise that
they were in the garden, to be fair, in front of the rhododendron bush.
Yeah, okay. But the fanfares, the opening fanfares, they're really tricky, and not every time is it played well, but that was played well there. The central fanfares in the middle of it, though, I thought they could have had a little bit more purpose and definition to it in the middle fanfares. My main concern, as Rob's alluded to there when he said he was a bit bored, is something stupid. It's the style, really. I put in my notes MOF, which stands for matter of fact. Nobody would sing it the way that they played it. The quavers were rather staccato, and I think probably need a slightly longer feel to the staccatos to give it more of a melodic line. In Flashdance, I thought in the end it drove well, and it seems like they had fun putting it together. That came across.
Great, okay, thanks for your comments. And I guess one of the best things about your comments there was that I learned that MOF stood for nothing more than matter of fact. Thank goodness. On to Glyn Williams. I know you enjoyed some of the visual aspects of their performance. It looked like they managed to get outside for some of that, which is something we've done recently with Cory Band.
Yeah, it looks as if they were in the dead centre of Ammanford. Nice little graveyard in the back there. Really cheery look there for them. But that was the piece, actually, that's something stupid. I just going back to what Rob said earlier, it's kind of lost its way a little bit, sounded a little bit boring. And I've written down here again about style. Style could be a little bit smoother. It was a little bit disjointed, I thought, in that second piece, Something Stupid. Men of Harlech, I thought it was a really good start. Yeah, plenty of vigour I've put here. Good sounds, really balanced and quite measured as well in its approach. I thought the lower end, the sound that they produced was really nice. But you know, at the end of the day, it looked as if they were really enjoying themselves, and that's what we like to see. You know, I'd much rather see you all dressed up and dancing around like you did in that flash dance, rather than just playing outside a cemetery in the second piece. So, huge contrast there for me.
Yeah, when you put it like that, we can see what you mean. Thank you very much, judges, and thank you to Ammanford Town Silver Band for your contest performance. Just before we move on to the next band, we have found out the name of the talented young cornet player from the Durham Miners Band, and that was Billy Bradshaw. So thanks for dropping Billy's name. Billy was joined in a duet as well, and the talented flugel player Philippa Joe Smith. So a shout out to both of those young players, both with a big future ahead of them, I'm sure. Okay, let's move on to band number 4 then, in the second section of the Cory Online Brass Band Championships 2020. And now we have the Gresley Colliery Brass Band. And their musical director, Craig Stevens. They've told us they're very excited to be presenting the choice of programme for this fabulous competition. We've chosen to portray a programme of Welsh music to entertain you today. Our pieces have been skillfully mixed by our musical director, Craig Stevens. We've thoroughly enjoyed putting these together and are proud to have sustained a programme of recording through these strange times in lockdown. Strange times indeed, but I'm sure your performance is going to be great. So let's sit back and enjoy the Gresley Colliery Brass Band and their conductor, Craig Stevens. Welcome back to the second section of the Cory Online Brass Band Championships 2020, which is sponsored by Indoor Music Games. We've just listened there to the Gresley Colliery Brass Band, the mighty Grezzers, as we saw. So let's go to Glyn Williams and see what the judges thought of Gresley Colliery Band.
Well, I thoroughly enjoyed their performance. Very enthusiastic, I thought. They seemed to be having a lot of fun, getting dressed up and dancing around and what have you. From that side, I thought they really excelled. Castell Coch maybe could have had a little bit more poise, a bit more rhythm, and some of the balance didn't quite come over as I'd have wished. I thought Arlan Amor, that was really effective, and a no-nonsense approach I've put down here from the cornet soloist. I sat opposite a gentleman called Mark Wilkinson for 20 years, and he was one of those kind of players. You knew exactly that he was going to hit every single note on the contest stage or on the concert platform, and that's the kind of way that I thought that that young gentleman played as well. Really nice sound with plenty of control. When it came to It's Not Unusual, it was one that was just a mixed bag really. One that I could see again that you were really enjoying yourselves, but maybe the style wasn't quite right, and again some tuning didn't quite come over in that piece, but. On the whole, it was a fair attempt.
Okay, great, thank you. Yes, the cornet soloist there, Josh, in their second piece was indeed outstanding. Nigel, did he leap out for you as well?
Yes, certainly did. Yeah, and again, some nice visuals then to give it that sort of relaxed feeling to the whole thing as well. Yeah, but overall, I just thought. The main things which you look for, of course, is balance, ensemble, and intonation. I think there's a number of occasions when that was the case, that we could actually pick up tempo was fluctuating, some intonation in the central part of the march, and just balance and ensemble in general. But like Glyn said, it was obviously about having good fun anyway.
Okay, thank you. And Rob, what caught your eye or ear in that one?
Yeah, the Red Castle, great march. One of the hardest marches to play with poise, as Glyn mentioned, but it's also very easy to run away with it. I felt Gresley fell into that trap for this one. There was a couple of rust rhythms, a couple of rust quavers. However, I did say a nice horn in the trio. The cornet solo, great visuals, lovely cornet sound, a very reflective style, which I thought came across really well, and a great end to the piece. And not unusual, the trombone player at the top of the screen looked a bit like Wayne Mardle, the famous darts player. Tight ensemble, fruity bass trombone, and a nice end to their programme.
Wonderful. Now we've got the darts-related comments coming in, Rob. I mean, you're surpassing yourself, you really are. And you called it the Red Castle. Most people will know it as Castell Coch, but I'd really just like to hear Glyn say it again properly before we move on. How do you actually pronounce the title of that piece, Glyn?
It's Castell Coch.
So for our non-Welsh speaking listeners and viewers, that is the authentic pronunciation, so get practicing. So big thank you for that Welsh-themed programme there from the Gresley Colliery Brass Band, band number 4 in the second section. Moving on now to band number 5. Here we have the Lochgelly Band from Scotland. I think this is the first Scottish band we've had today. Their musical director is Paul Michelmersh, OBE. They've told us that they've selected a trio of pieces that have brought the band some great contesting success and memories over the past 12 months. Both the band and MD hope you enjoy listening as much as they have enjoyed preparing for this special event, and they extend their good luck and wishes to the other competing bands. So that's very nice. So here we go then with the very generous, warm-hearted, the Lochgelly Band from Scotland with their musical director, Paul Michelmersh, OBE. Fantastic. The Lochgelly Band, our first band from Scotland in the Cory Online Brass Band Championships for 2020. And certainly the last two pieces you've done are real favourites at Cory Band. Balkan Dance is a great piece, isn't it? Really nice to hear it being sung in Scottish for once rather than being sung in Welsh. Let's go over to the judges and see what they thought of that. Nigel Seaman.
Okay, well, right from the very first note, it was obvious that the percussion were going to be the stars of the show to keep this whole thing going in the outer pieces in particular. Always tight rhythm, but the band as well. Very, very tight. The accompaniments were very precise. It had a real foot-tapping effect on that first piece, and the solo contributions were great as well. Share My Yoke, that was just beautiful. I thought Lindsay did a great job. Beautiful cornet tone. And again, accompaniments. It's all very well having a good soloist, but you've got to have a good accompaniment that really helps that soloist to shine. And I thought all the way through that, the accompaniments were just so good for Lindsay to play over it. And again, in the Balkan Dance, well, Phil says that Cory played this a lot in concerts, and I've been privileged to be in the rehearsals of this, and it's not easy piece by any means. Certainly getting bandsmen to sing is one thing, but it's certainly not an easy piece to put together. In a room, to do it remotely like this, I think is nothing short of remarkable. It was tight and rhythmic all the way through, and if you want a sort of a stamp of approval, all of us were tapping our feet, and at one point Phil was conducting with his pencil as well. So that's how it goes. Excellent, really enjoyed it.
Is that a good sign? Is that a good sign? Is it, Nigel?
Yeah.
Very good. Rob, do you remember Balkan Dance? I mean, you can sing us a verse of it if you want, or perhaps you could just comment on the Lochgelly Band.
Yeah, I think I'll do that instead. No, great programme actually. Great ensemble and style to start. I think as soon as they started playing, my ears pricked up. It sounds like everyone was absolutely on board with what the conductor wanted. Share My Yoke, again, great balance to open, difficult remote, but yeah, very good. Nice control playing throughout from the soloist. And then the Balkan Dance, yeah, rhythmic percussion to start, which always helps. A sensible tempo. A lot of bands can play too quick, but this I thought was a really sensible speed that they did it. For me, it was their best piece by far, and probably the hardest one to get together because there's a lot of tricky time signatures in there, which Nigel alluded to earlier. It's hard to do in the band room when everyone's sat together, so to do it remotely, it sounded brilliant. So yeah, very well done, a very well thought out programme.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Rob. There's a real nice groove to that Balkan Dance, wasn't it? So it was right in the slot there. Good. Glyn, what did you make of it all?
Yeah, I thought it was a great performance. The two outer pieces, I thought the band really excelled on. Especially that last number. We know at Cory how difficult it is to really pull that off, and you did a fantastic job of that. Some great solo contributions towards the end, and I even liked the singing as well. Well done on that. Yeah, it was a sensible tempo as well. So a lot of bands will try and play that maybe a little bit too fast. I've heard some bands play it a little bit too fast and they tend to stumble, but you made it sound so easy. The opening piece, really tight, solid, balanced. I just put great playing here. Share My Yoke, yeah, really nice solo playing. Maybe some of the accompaniment could have been a little bit smoother. Ends of phrases were chopped off a little bit. And I know Rob will hate me saying this. I thought it was a little bit tuning issues in the basses. But overall, it was quite an exciting programme. Thank you very much.
I think generally, Lochgelly, you're getting quite a thumbs up from our judges. They're all very impressed with your programme. And of course, put your own opinions, please, into our live chat on the YouTube live streaming channel. So there's quite a conversation going on there at the moment as well. But congratulations and thank you to the Lochgelly Band from Scotland, band number 5 in our second section. Okay, let's move on to band number 6 then. We have the Bear Park and Esh Colliery Band from the UK and their conductor Philip Tate. They're a traditional colliery band based in Esh Winning, just outside of Durham City. And they tell us that this year they're celebrating their 70th anniversary, but they have of course been unable to celebrate it like they really wanted to. So for their programme tonight, the band would like to take you on a journey of emotions through the power of song. It opens with Lee Baker's all singing, all dancing arrangement of Lionel Richie's hit All Night Long. Then the band is joined by the Northern Spirit Singers for Carl Jenkins and Peter Graham's arrangement of the hymn Abide With Me. The finale is Stephen Ponsford's epic Let There Be Light, based around the theme from Tim Hughes' song Here I Am to Worship. So the band says, grab your tissues, put on your dancing shoes and enjoy the ride. Here we go with the Bear Park and Esh Colliery Band with their conductor Philip Tate. welcome back to the Cory Online Brass Band Championships 2020. You are watching the second section, which is sponsored by Indoor Music Games. Wow, the quality of this contest continues to be extremely high, doesn't it? We've just listened to the Bear Park and Esh Colliery Band with their musical director, Philip Tate. Let's cross straight to the judges and see what they thought. Rob?
Yeah, all night long I've put a clean opening, a sensible speed again, and a real foot tapper for me. Sounded great. A little loose in the middle, but we regained consciousness towards the end. Abide With Me, this was my favourite piece of the contest so far. I thought it was really good, and the singers worked really well. Very atmospheric start, great visuals. Glenn won't like me saying this, but the tuning in the euphoniums and baritones was niggling at me a little bit. But then the basses had a little go, and they were a bit lumpy and bumpy towards the end. However, I did appreciate the octave, well, as everyone does, I suppose.
I didn't notice, Rob.
And then the last piece, I struggled to hear the horn soloist, but when I did, she sounded lovely, and the pulsating back row really steadied it throughout. I just felt it ran out of steam just towards the end, but overall, a really consistent performance.
Okay, great, excellent. Thank you very much. And so, Glyn, what did you think of that? And what did you think of Rob's comments about the youths and baritones?
Sorry, I wasn't listening. Same thing about the youths. Sorry. Anyway, moving on swiftly. A tough programme, actually. I thought it was a really challenging programme. All night long, we all know from when Brighouse did it in Brass in Concert. It's a tough piece to pull off. Some really difficult rhythms to get your fingers around and what have you. I think the band just needed to loosen up a little bit. Maybe needed a bit more rehearsal time, which obviously we haven't got nowadays.
More than zero, you mean?
Yeah. But there was one person who did. I thought he stole the show, because I think, like I was saying, everyone needed to loosen up a little bit. There was one particular player, and that was the cowbell player. Yeah, the little baby. Stole the show for me, in that first piece. Abide With Me, I've written down here, very atmospheric, so you've nicked my comment there, Rob, but just to reiterate what Rob said there, really balanced vocals and, really atmospheric, really enjoyed that piece. Let There Be Light, again, a challenging piece, and I think, if we all play music that's dead easy and it's everything's under the finger, we're not really going to improve as players, as bands. So I really like the fact that this band chose a tough program and went at it and head first in at the deep end. So I've got to take my hat off to you for trying this tough program. So on the whole, I thought it worked, and I enjoyed it. So.
Yeah, excellent. I agree with you. Ambitious programme and quite a young band by the look of it as well. Lots of young players. But you're right. I don't think we've seen a player who's made a consistent contribution like that sort of 3-month-old baby who was on the cowbell and then he was on the drum kit. I think in the last piece, started with 2 sticks, ended up with 1. Absolutely brilliant. So is there a youngest player award? Anyway, we'll have to see what the other bands come up with. Nigel, what did you think of that band?
No, nothing much to add to what the two lads have already said, because I've also used the word atmospheric, so that's 3 atmospheric. It really worked for Abide With Me in particular. The singing I thought was very effective, and the soloists, the accompaniment quartet was lovely too. All the way through there was good detail and incisive accompaniments, particularly in the final piece. Good driving style. The decorative elements were very effective as well, whilst all the running around against the main melody. That was good.
Yeah, and there's some good segues as well, weren't they? Using the technology well and going from one piece to another. That was part of what you're talking about, the atmosphere, I guess, from all of you, wasn't it? So some really positive comments there for the Bear Park and Esh Colliery Band. Thank you so much for your contribution to our contest. We have 2 more bands left in the second section, so we're really building to a climax now. We move on to band number 7, which is Wotton Silver Band from Gloucestershire in England, and their conductor David Lawrence. Now, the Wotton Silver Band was 125 years old last year, and we at Cory Band know this very well because we shared the stage with them at their celebratory concert in Gloucestershire. The band's opening number is The Essence of Brass, an original piece of music composed by Gavin Somerset for the Brassfest UK 2019. It's a lively piece of music, and they've taken the opportunity to introduce the members of the band and provide a snapshot of what the band gets up to in a typical banding year. The next piece, Calon Lan, provides the listener with a contrasting melody arranged beautifully by Philip Harper. It starts and finishes with a sextet, extra points for that, obviously. It starts and finishes with a sextet playing in front of the Wales Millennium Centre, and we feel that it fits in well with the Welsh theme of the contest. The final piece is Howard Lorriman's arrangement of Highland Cathedral. And this piece happened to start Wotton Silver Band off in the world of virtual performance, as we wanted to provide something to continue the tradition of playing on Band Sunday, which is an event that Wotton Silver Band has been doing since 1910, playing on top of Wotton Hill on the first Sunday in May. So let's sit back and enjoy the performance of Wotton Silver Band conducted by David Lawrence. welcome back to the Cory Online Brass Band Championships 2020. You're listening to the second section, which is sponsored by Indoor Music Games, and we are supported by Arts Council Wales. We're coming to you tonight from the head offices of Capital Promotions in Cardiff. And we've just had band number 7 in the second section, which was Wotton Silver Band, which has brought us the first teapot solo of the competition. So let's go straight over to the judges and see what they thought of it all. Glyn Williams.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this performance. The band, it just sounded as if they were in full control from word go, tight and balanced, and great visual effects as well throughout. So really like the way that they introduced each section and each individual player as well. Calon Lan, what I've written down here is lush, which is a kind of Welsh thing to say. It does mean that it's good, but lush sounds and super balance. So really effective way that piece opens and closes with those few players, and I think a nice little pedal towards the end there by the basses.
I'm sure Rob will talk us through that one at great length in a minute.
I didn't notice it actually.
Yeah, and then the Highland Cathedral is one of these pieces that you can run out of steam quite easily on a piece like this just by just playing too loud too soon. But I thought the band controlled that really well, and a really, really excellent euphonium sound as well. So so well done overall.
Yeah, okay, thanks. So you picked up on the sort of personal element, which is one thing I noticed there as well. The band sort of really telling their story and introducing us to the members of the band and also what they do in a normal banding year, which this is certainly not one. What about Nigel Seaman? What did you think of it all?
Yeah, I feel that they're already my friends because I've been introduced to them. It was really nice to see that sort of personal side to it. The opening piece, in Essence of Brass, I thought, as Glyn said, I heard the details straight away. There was very effective accompaniments, which I always like the accompaniments to be spot on, and I think it drove along really, really well with a catchy tune as well. Nice to see the backdrop of the Wales Millennium Centre for Calon Lan. It was just, as Glyn said, very, very nicely played indeed. And I put already in my notes that the teapot has won the best prize for the best teapot. Thank you, Bill. The Highland Cathedral is an organic piece, and I thought it was played with suitable breadth and style as well. So it's a lovely, solid, sonorous brass sound there. Bring you to a close. I thought a very well constructed programme.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for those constructive remarks. And let's go over finally then to Rob Nicholson. What did you think, Rob? Yeah,
Essence of Brass, I thought it's a lovely piece. It's actually quite poignant for me. It's the first piece I played after my transplant in the band room. Really nice. And it looked like the band enjoyed playing. It's quite a fun piece to play. It would be really nice if some of the note lengths could be married up a bit more. Could be, they could sort of have a word with one another and just try and get that extra 5% off the top of it. But it was really good. And I put a spirited style as well. Calon Lan, very lovely sound to start, smooth playing, and it was just nice to listen to it. I thought all the players worked really well together. It sounded really good. I felt it lost its pace a little bit in the middle, but it was absolutely saved by that last note. Whoever played that, it was, to me, that's the best soloist of the whole competition.
Here we go, yeah.
And then Highland Cathedral, good to hear. The lower band was, the tune at the start was really good. Being socially distanced and all that was really good. Great visuals. I did notice the B-flat bass was playing his Ds on 1 and 3, and it really grated. I did have a little note then. So please use your fourth valve, because it's not a Smarty dispenser as much as we'd all like. And for me, it lost a little bit of oomph towards the end, but it was a very well balanced programme.
Excellent. Is that the first time any judge has ever uttered "it's not a Smartie dispenser"? You could well have broken a record there, Rob. I think that might have been a first. So thank you very much to our judges for those comments, and indeed thank you to the Wotton Silver Band from Gloucestershire for your video contribution. We've all enjoyed it very, very much. Let's move on then to the final band in the second section this evening. Indeed, the final band of this first evening of the Cory Online Brass Band Championships 2020. And here we have the Wantage Concert Brass from Oxfordshire. in England. And they have written that we'd like to offer you a lovely arrangement of a North American tune sandwiched between two popular upbeat pieces. These are all pieces which the band really enjoys playing. They say they are without a permanent musical director since the beginning of the year, so they're looking forward to returning to rehearsals for two reasons: not just to start playing music again, but so they can proceed with their audition process. And they say if anyone out there is interested in becoming their musical director, then please contact them via the Wantage Silver Band website. So they want to thank Alan Jones and Gareth Coulson for the time spent putting the videos together. So let's sit back and watch the final band for this second section contest this evening. It's the Wantage Concert Brass. That was the Wantage Concert Brass there, bringing our second section contest to a close in fine fashion. Let's go over to the judges and see what they thought of Wantage. Nigel Seaman.
Okay, a good ending to the competition overall. Prismatic Light, yeah, we've heard it before this evening. I thought a good drive and generally was accurate. Amid all the traffic, one of my favourite slow pieces. It's a nice contrast, a lovely arrangement. I thought it could have had more breadth. I noticed the basses were breathing at the same place, and the middle band. There was huge gaps at the ends of phrases. I think they could have dovetailed the breathing a bit more to give it that real organic and sonorous feel. For me, The Great Escape was a bit of a letdown. I don't know what happened there, but it didn't have the cohesion of the previous two pieces, and it just sort of fell away a little bit at the end. Not really sure why. Perhaps difficult to put together, whatever not. But yeah, overall, a nice programme, nice contrasted programme. Just lost it a bit toward the end.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, and we could watch excerpts from Steve McQueen et al. On The Great Escape on the screens behind, couldn't we? I'm not sure. The Formula One there was quite the traffic mid all of the traffic comes, but it was a nice touch. Rob, what did you think of it all?
Yeah, like Nigel said, a lovely ending to a good evening. Prismatic Light, I thought it was a great opening piece. I thought it was quite clear, very precise. The tuning was really good. And for me, there was a young euphonium player I thought sounded really good. And a couple of the technical passages, I was watching him and he sounded great. So well done to that young man. Middle of the Traffic, again, absolutely gorgeous piece of music. I thought, again, this was very well played, stylish, and I did also put lush. And again, The Great Escape, I sort of echo Nigel's comments, really. It never really settled, unfortunately. But nevertheless, a nice programme.
Thank you very much, Rob. Anything about the basses, or...? I'll take that as a no.
Well, if you don't write anything, it's good. If you don't write anything, it's good.
That's very true, actually. Yeah, we always say that to the percussion section. If you can get through the whole performance and the judges have written nothing, that's a massive win. So let's leave the final words on Wantage Band to Glyn Williams.
Yeah, a great performance overall. Just echoing what the chaps just said there. I really like the way that I could hear all the detail coming through in the first piece. Good balance and good ensemble, and a big lush band sound as well. Obviously, whoever's put this together has worked wonders with trying to get all the balance really well. I know that it's been difficult for some people to try and get the balance right, but I thought that piece in particular stood out for that. Mid all the traffic, excellent sounds. Put very musical and well polished as well. It's definitely sounded that piece definitely sounded as if you were maybe not in the second section, maybe first or even a lower end of the top section. I was really impressed with that. But then again, with the Great Escape, ensemble and tuning just went out the window completely. I don't know what happened, whether again it was problems with production and trying to get things together. But it just sort of dipped off a little bit. I was expecting that last piece to be a lot tighter. But overall, a very enjoyable performance.
Thank you very much. And so thank you to our final band of the day, Wantage Concert Brass. And of course, the judges are going to be making their decision, and we will be broadcasting the results of this section, like we will the results of the third section, next Saturday night after the conclusion of the championship section. But just a final word from our judges, just on how the second section, which we've just heard, kind of shook down for them. What were I know you've made your decisions, and what were the differences between the bands that made the difference on this particular occasion? Any of you can jump in.
Well, I just thought that the bands who have come up to the top of the pile for me are the ones who have been able to put a really kind of polished a finish to all the pieces, really. Good soloist, good balance, getting all the basics right. But then obviously we've got to think about the visual aspect as well. So if the bands have done something a little bit different with regards visual elements, then obviously adds to it as well. It's important that I know we said this in the third section, but you try and tick as many of the boxes as you possibly can. And again, the ones who have come down to the lower end, maybe struggled a little bit with those basics and getting the visual aspect right as well.
Great, thank you. And any final words from you, Nigel, Rob?
Yeah, all the programmes had contrast, interest and entertainment value. But we've had tonight quite a wide range of standards of both video and standards of playing, really. So quite a wide range from the best bands to those who didn't do so well.
Yeah, okay. Rob?
Yeah, I agree. There's loads and loads of variety in the programmes. And I agree with Glyn. I think ticking them boxes will only get you so far. And I actually think that'll probably be, for the second section at least, won't be very far at all. So the bands that came towards the top, really did go above and beyond, and really did succeed with both playing wise and visual.
Okay, right. So some interesting remarks there from the judges, and I should say the judges are coming to their decisions independently. They're not discussing the placings of each band, but what they are discussing are the special awards, the soloist awards, and the best Welsh piece award, etc. All those other solo awards that come through. So, good luck to the judges. Thank you very much indeed for being with us this evening and adjudicating the second section and the third section. I think on behalf of Cory Band, I'd like to say a massive congratulations to all of the bands that have appeared with us tonight. We've had 18 bands in the third and second section, and we know things are just so difficult at the moment in the lockdown, and we massively appreciate all the efforts that you've gone to support our competition, and we hope this has given you some motivation as well to keep banding in these uncertain times. Now, for those of you that are really hardcore banders, you will find the Brass Bands England conference available online for you during the day tomorrow. We will be back here for the next round of the Cory Online Brass Band Championships 2020 at 5 p.m. again on this same channel. And tomorrow night we will bring you 17 bands which make up the first section. We've got 3 brand new adjudicators for you, and we've got bands from all over the world. So thanks for tuning in. I really hope you have enjoyed our competition this evening, and we all look forward to seeing you very much once again at 5 p.m. on Cory's YouTube channel tomorrow for the Cory Online Brass Band Championships 2020.